Testing, testing. Why is my pig not moving? Pig isn't moving. Hey! Hey! This piggy not moving. Hold on. Hello. Hey! Try that. Piggy! Yeah! There we go. Wake up, piggy. Serious writer's block today. Well, not just today. It's just I'm in a funk because I was listening to my track all weekend and stuff, and I played a little bit of Expedition 33 for once, and it just hit me. You know, I'm not where I want to be with my music, but I'm still getting there. Some of my music is pretty. Some of my music is where it is now, and I'm not too happy with it. So, yep. I'll be back in about 30 minutes, everyone. Let's see what we can do with this writer's block. Oh, shoot, I started my timer early. There. Start streaming soon. Hello, hello. Akash, thanks for joining. Oh my goodness. I am just having one of those. Well, since last week, I guess. I couldn't get the song done. And it's bothering me. Usually I get songs fairly quickly. Um, I don't know. In 3 months' time, I put out about 16, 17 songs finished. And then now I'm just suddenly stuck for like a week on the same track. Well, 2 weeks now. So I don't know what I'm doing here. I feel like a good portion of this is usually when I'm working on my music, I do take breaks on after work to play some games and stuff. I have been playing I think the last few days on Expedition 33, but if you know how much I get to play my games. I told my friend, "Oh, yeah, yesterday I got started on Final Fantasy 7." And he was like, "Oh, what? How far did you get?" And I got through the cutscene, the first cutscene. I think I got the Nibelheim helm, the first town. In the where you're visiting Cloud's old town and everything with where Tifa was, and I stopped. It just didn't have the time. I have the baby and all that other stuff, so it's been quite a bumpy road with that. Let's see. So we are now live. Uh, the question is, do I work on the same? My issue is, and I think one of the biggest issues is, I want this song to be beautiful, and the way it's sounding so far is not beautiful to me. It's not something I'd lay down to and say, "Oh my gosh, I'm in." It's not heart wrenching. It's not. It's not going to go in the direction of something that, if I heard it later in this, and even if with a piano version, would I shed a tear over it if anything happened? I'm not saying anything is going to happen. I acted that far. It's just preparing for all angles of it. So I started trying just a strictly piano version of it. I don't want to throw it away. I think the song's fantastic in terms of a song. I just I don't feel an emotional connection to it. And just to say, this has been written since before winter break. I occasionally visited the track and said, you know, I'm gonna work on this on stream. I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. And I keep thinking, what am I gonna add work on it though? Like, what am I gonna add to this? What am I gonna change on this? I love this section and only this section. But then I look at the game and I'm just not feeling it the same way. So that's another issue altogether. Let's see if I slow it down some. I don't know. $34.4. Oof. That's a trip. I feel like scrapping this song. Just trying another approach. Um I feel like trying the whole, you know, not that. Where the strings come in a little bit. Why do I hear nothing? That is what? Why is it so quiet? Oh. Probably because the last note in the modulation is really low. Yeah. There it was. Put it somewhere over here. Lower the volume back. Hmm. So I'm thinking something that starts off with strings coming in and, you know, what's a song that starts off that way? There's an anime. I think Black Clover has something like that, where it starts off with some strings and it's just a harp coming in. Um, a lot of songs do this. Uh, Fear and uh, Violet Evergarden does this with Evan Call a lot. Evan Call uses it. I mean, man, I'm so gobbled up. I think it's in Xenogears too. That's a good soundtrack. I should stick to video game music because they allow that on streams. The whole playlist. Oh, it's all in Japanese. Help me. Hmm. Hmm. Not that one. I know that's not a Disney. This one maybe. I can't stop it. Why is it stopping? I had to force close it. Properties. Tube. Lower the volume on my desktop really quick. That wasn't it. There's another one. They snuck a random song onto this playlist. Kind of like this song. They have a chord going. No, it is a. Is this? It's that. I'm deviating. I draw my inspiration from other songs, and that sounds almost in the right direction. Oh, I changed the. Oh, that sounds really pretty for some reason to me right now. That is F major add 9. Maybe. I can't mix the reasons for this song. Oh, hmm. I like the tone of that. That's not a bad one. See the writer's block is. Let me pull up the scene again. But then I don't know. I feel like that's going in cave drama territory and J drama, the Asian drama stuff, and it's just played out, corny, not memorable. Let's see. Writer's block. I need to open Steam. Work related games. Why is it so big? There you go. Not sure why that thing's so huge. Alright. Let's move a little bit like all the way through. I know this is not quite a winter scene, but it has that wintry feel, and that's where this music kind of came in. And that's the first inspiration I had when I created this track. The question is, does this fit? Because this was actually one of those filler tracks I just kind of created on a whim. I don't know if I'd even keep this track. It's one of those moments where everything that you've created feels wrong. Oops, not want to go there. Oh, I did not want to save game either. Load game. Where? I just realized that sounds like an open C major. I think that's why a 9 works. EBD. Interesting. Going to 2. Oh, my phone's battery's low. Fun getting stumped. Fun at all. It's kind of disturbing. Well, I should give an update tab. So things got busy over the holidays. It's all stick. All right. All right. No, that's a diminished chord. No, that's not. It's a minor. Major, minor chord. That's weird. Hmm. Maybe it's all the dance music I've been listening to. My daughter, my baby daughter, loves metal and dance, the hard metal and hard dance music, uh, electro house. It's kind of wild. She falls asleep to it. She'll listen to my music and get frustrated and angry and everything. But then when we put on the louder style music, she just sits there and is just hypnotized, falls asleep to it. She doesn't just take a song and relax to it and just like, ooh, this is so relaxing, I'm gonna doze off. No, it has to be the more I don't know how to explain it, but it's just imagine getting nerves listening to something relaxing, I guess. Like you're just, you can't sit still, you're bored, and the boredom gets you. And then when you're finally into something, you stare at it, it's like, ah, this is nice, and you fall asleep to it. That's, I think, what dance music does for her. Just looking at her. Um, Kind of explains, it doesn't excite her. And that's the thing. Like, I think when I was like 10 years old, I would pick up a video game and I'd be excited to play it. Now, when I pick up a video game, I'm more relaxed. And I pick up a game, start playing it, and I would fall asleep. I'm not as excited to play my games as I used to be. And that's sad, I would say. I used to wake up I would wake up at 5 in the morning just to get up before school because I'd be told to finish my homework or to go to bed early, all that stuff. So I really wanted to play. So when I woke up and I woke up in the middle of the night, I'd say, you know what? I just get up and just run downstairs and play the game. I mean, it's not sad. It's just the excitement is not the same. I remember being so I don't know how to explain it, but like opening up a present on your birthday and finding out it's the latest game, and like I remember, and this says my age. I remember at one point waking up and opening up Donkey Kong Country games. And I was just so excited to play and beat it. Or Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger was awesome. I couldn't. Akash says that's not sad. We experience same things differently with time. I find it cool. Yeah, it does. It is cool. It's not that. It's just I kind of look back and I just miss that whole excitement that I have. Now it's and the experience is probably because of the way the world is. Work was boring for me. Uh I would say schoolwork was boring for me as a kid. I didn't even study. I didn't care for it. I sat there in class and all I wanted to do was let my imagination go. So I think that's what excited me. And the video games did that for me more than any cartoons or animation or any movies did at the time. Yes, movies did move me, but video games, it excited me because I got to be there in a sense, in the scenes and everything. And uh, especially Chrono Trigger and going through that story for the first time, like, oh no, and my my non-matured mind with very that hasn't really been exposed to a lot of stories just it tickled me a lot. But then as I got older and I think my work itself became too exciting. I would say music itself is exciting, yes. But when I worked at other jobs I think it's in relation to work itself or the type of work you do. And if there is a lot of excitement happening at work, I would say a lot of thinking, a lot of activity, then sitting back and relaxing, watching a movie or playing a game like an RPG or just chilling and doing something that's a little bit more rhythmic and excuse me. I would say like because in all honesty, video games, as much as video games are, I would say, unique from one another, they are also not unique. It's kind of like if you broke everything down and removed all the graphics and all the music, essentially you have RPG elements and you have, well, let's break it down to like Mario and shooters and all those other things. Um you're just basically a, if you make your main character a square and everything else is circles and you're moving around the dot and avoiding and moving on a 2D or a 3D space. And then you add either the fact that you have projectiles or no projectiles and how everything swings around and you're just dodging it. And at that point, when you strip away everything, like if you're shooting in a 2D space or versus shooting in a 3D space, it changes things a little bit. But if you look at games like Horizon and Call of Duty and all of those 3D shooters, they're just 2D shooters with a third dimension. And they're not anything different from one another, except for the experience and the immersion that gets put into it. Artwork, the planning, the design that makes it more exciting. You take like games like Elden Ring and everything, and think, oh, Souls-like are so much harder. Sure, it's harder, but you're still just a square and circle on the battlefield, and that's a sad factor to it. And then you start taking other games like farming games where you have economics and currencies and items that you buy and sell. So there's objects, and items, and the games they have items and how those items affect you. And at that point, that's all mathematical, and you have all these status numbers that affect each other. And that's how I've been looking at video games lately. They're all technically the same. They're different in their own way. It's almost like if you take the earth in itself and all the artwork that's out there. Like music, there's 7 notes. And it just goes back to the root in every scale. And then you can kind of add additional notes and jazz it up a bit, but essentially it's still the same. And it's amazing how you can make everything different yet it's still the same. Uh, every little detail from the artwork to the positioning makes the difference. But it's interesting because, like, for example, the states of matter, there's solid, liquid, and gas. And I guess you can argue that things that could be like plasma, and light, and all the other, like light itself isn't a state of matter, but like, just thinking about it, um, the fact that our minds can't conceive anything more than that in a physical space. It's either solid and has collisions. It's either liquid, also has collisions, but a different style of collisions. It's a slowing or flowing mechanism. And then gas, which is open space. There's no, when you look at objects, your eyes can only perceive either pointed, flat, or rounded. there's no other thing that you can perceive, and there's yet everything around you is uniquely. And you look at architecture and you look at all of that stuff, and you still find it fantastic. How we can take those three simple, pointed, flat, and rounded shapes and make something out of it, so, to make it seem so much more appealing to our minds. And that's what all of artwork is, in a sense. Then you can add color, obviously. Color is another, in a sense, another dimension to uh what would you call those, texture? um because rough would be pointed sense, and flat would be polished. But therein lies, how does this music make everybody feel a certain way? And what makes some music better than others? How we capture the emotion. I also was thinking, how do I grow? I want to earn, as crazy as it sounds, I aim high, but no, I don't have expectations of actually reaching it. And that's a sad, weird thought to it, but I would love to hit it. I am happy where I am. I have a satisfaction with the things that I love, the family that I have, grateful for what I do have. But I aspire to one day, I don't know, have a Grammy Award and become heard around the world somehow. A lot more. I mean, I'm actually quite surprised that my music is heard around the world. Um, Even if it's not, if it's very sparse and it's in a game, it's still heard, and it's just, it's cool. Just knowing that, whether they all like it or not, that's left to be. Eh, you can only tell so much about it until people mention it or leave it in the comments. But it's still, you know, and Akash, one day when you have your game out there, my music, your artwork, and all your hard work, even just for a little bit, it feels nice just to have it heard and played. And that's what it feels like, and that's what I talk about. And we're polishing and polishing. When sometimes I'm wondering if we should just scrap it and move on to the next one. Like, I have this version of my song, and then I have this new version that I'm playing, and I'm just thinking, what fits better here? I'm gonna make gazillions with them. Take me along with you. That's the case. The funny thing is, I even if I make a lot of money, I wouldn't. I would take my kids around to see some beautiful and fun places. But aside from that, I wouldn't give up what I have with my kids and my family. I feel lucky. If that makes sense. You're lucky when you have a family that you can just kind of, or friends even, that you can just build memories with. And the challenge with that isn't the fact that you can't enjoy. Most people, I would say, the reason why most people who don't enjoy time with their family is they're more focused on the stresses, the work that comes with the family, the worries that come with the family, the pressures that come with everything, and you forget about those moments that you hold on to. Like when I hold my daughter, I'm holding on so tight, watching her grow up and everything, and it's just I just don't want her to keep growing in a sense because you want to hold on to that, but it's like it feels great, and you want to watch them grow. Obviously, you want to see them become something more. And I'm not looking forward to them leaving the nest ever again, like that kind of thing. And I'm not looking forward to changes in that way, but I'm also proud to see. I'd be very proud to see them grow in the right direction, and I'm thankful for not having too many problems with them. You know. That's where I'm drawing my energy from for this music, by the way. So I guess this is helping a lot. Thank you, Akash. Um, have I made music for my daughter? The funny thing is, I have personal projects. I definitely have personal projects, and when I look back at some of them, um, I'll go. The one piece that I did by myself was farewell and thank you, and the reason I wrote that piece, and I think I draw a lot more energy. Yeah, actually, you know what? Have you made music for your daughter? Mizuchi, one of the songs I made in Mizuchi was actually very inspired by my kids. Let me pull that up. It's saying exactly what we're talking about. No, it's the gifts that you love the most are the ones that don't last forever. How I like to put it. Where is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the one I played. I guess it's time to start appreciating what lasts. Exactly. But when I write my melodies, it's usually with words in mind. And then I thin it out if I can't, if it sounds too complex or whatever. like when I wrote this, it's like I'm thinking every time I see you laying in my I hold you in my arms, something like that. It's like, but someday I will leave you, or you will leave me, and like you could just imagine what those words are. Um, but it's like do 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 do. So it's just essentially is really what the yeah. Every time I see you laying in my arms, the piano is the melody. That one. Every time I see you smile, I cherish it with all my heart. Someday we'll be gone. It'll be gone. But here you are. Just a little more is basically the last part. So it's like, you know, the words are actually there. The words, when I write my melodies, there's a little something I'm thinking about when I write it. It's just, I don't really share it too much. Nobody's really interviewed me before about what my music's about. But essentially, when I write the music, it's when I write for a scene. And this game had a lot of that. Like there's these moments where, and it's very fitting because she was. If you play the demo, something happens to her, and then she's thrust into this world where she's living with just these two other characters. The one in the middle is the main character. You play Jin, you play Lin, and you have these other two characters, and you're building memories with them, and they have, you know, and it's a slow life kind of game. It's just, you know, living there day to day, smiling at like how they react to your cooking, and just moments, just going through life, and how you kind of take it for granted sometimes, and you just let it, and before you let it all, before something eventually changes it. And that's what this song was so powerful for me about. So that's why I wrote it the way I did. And yeah, a lot of my music is like that. Like what I wrote for you, I you know, I just, when I heard your song and I started playing my music to it, I just imagined how it would be, what I'm thinking in my head. What if somebody sang over it? Even if it's just humming, you know, that's just the passion I felt when I wrote the piano piece for you. So it's kind of where the music works. And I think my writer's block comes from the fact that I don't feel anything at the moment when I'm writing this. Like, or I'm feeling too much and I don't know what one fits the best, and it's not capturing it the way I want my audience to kind of feel that thing I'm capturing, if that makes sense. So this one and one other track. Well, there's 3 tracks. If You Should Fall, which is the most popular I have out of this album. Where is If You Should? Right here. Someday. So sometimes they'll fall and I will be there, kind of thing. And while there's a lot of layers, the piano is what's usually carrying the melody for me in these songs. I don't know why I did that. If you should fall, I'll be there. I can't really sing, but that's where the notes are. Call my name, friend, and so on. Surprisingly, this is more popular than, to me. Like, yes, I know this. I don't even know how I composed this of all things. Like, I wrote the melody and everything else is a blur. it just happened really naturally, and I loved how that happened. But the funny thing is, it took me 2 years to write this song because I wrote it originally at first in 2018 and didn't polish it till the end of 2020, and then it got released in 2021 with the game released in 2020. I would say 2020, 2021, where I graduated. And the last piece is not released on YouTube or Spotify or anything yet. You can only find it on my website at the moment. Because I'm actually, it's part of my album that I'm releasing that people can use as, you can license the music and put it into your games or anything like that. It's going to be licensable. But I wrote this for a class project, a school project, and then they, for my final project, they said you could do any song you want, just create something that's uniquely you. And I went through a lot of my older music, and I said, you know what, I did a 30-second piece for a short film. I want to make a full song of it, and that's how I came up with this one. So farewell and thank you. Gosh, this one's for everybody, I would say. Just, I look at everybody. I look at my mom and my dad and everybody, like my kids. I look at my brother and sister, just everything. As much as I don't have the greatest of relationships all the time with like my family. Especially the one I grew up with, not my married family. That one I get the shape and I chose in its own sense, you know. But my relationship with my parents is a little bit of a push and pull there. But all the same, when somebody goes out of your life, I want to say farewell. But I don't want to mourn. I want to thank them. I want to celebrate them. So most of my music, what you hear is not that I'm sad. It's more that I'm bittersweet about everything. Because you can't really, like I said, you can't really be sad about something you didn't love in the first place. So farewell and thank you is the last piece. And this was, to me, one of the hardest pieces to write because all right, hold on, sorry. I can't pause it. Where's the player on the bottom right? There's usually a little player on the bottom right. Hold on, let me. Where's the pause button? Dude, what happened to my website? I'll refresh. Okay, so like this song taught me a lot, and I think this is what, if it wasn't for this song, I wouldn't have been able to write the music the way I have been writing. I sat down and I thought, what makes some music happier, sadder, and all that stuff. And I think this has kind of led me to the path of what one of my clients says is I'm a little OCD or a little too much of a perfectionist when I music. But if you hear it, it goes. Now, when I first wrote the song, it was. So, and then why, but instead I changed it from. And it's a decision, and every single note, those two notes, if you don't have a piece or any purpose for what you were writing, you can go anywhere with it. Just like your game, you kind of have no. You when you had a blank slate, you had no idea what you are going to create. You kind of come up with a concept and all that stuff. You kind of follow it, and then you start drifting in different directions. Like I'll just add everything that comes to mind. So and I realized neither one of those are wrong. Neither one of those are wrong at all. So the direction, that's when I realized that's what changed that at that point is what makes the artist. Um a simple decision of going up or down in the notes or the stay the same. And I just hold that and leave that kind of suspended. You can change any of that, and that there is up to the artist to decide. And a lot of people say, "Oh, why I would have added a few more notes there, or I would have added less notes there." And that's the thing that makes every composer kind of different, I would say. Um, but essentially, going down versus up, and this song, I wanted to say, is that more farewell or is that more thank you? So that's farewell versus thank you. And so I kept saying, I want to balance this out. I want to hear every farewell and every thank you. I want to hear every sad tone from bittersweet tone to every thank you balanced out throughout the entire song. So if you listen to the song, it's never entirely sad. You'll have moments where it goes downwards and feels sad, like farewell. I miss you. To thank you, and it's uplifting. And that to me. This is what when I wrote this. It's for all of you who have ever lost anyone. For everybody who has ever lost something, even just a toy or stuffed animal you just cherished, or a pet. Um, there was just everything, every moment, a project that a team and project that you worked on, and it's just done. And there's that whole, again, it's bittersweet in its own way. So here's Loss and Hope, or Farewell and Thank You is the title of this. So yeah, I'm gonna cut the song off early, but essentially, you can hear there's like a perfect balance of a little bit of sad going, but there's a good amount of uplift too. Just keeping your head up high and just moving forward is really what it's about to me. Um, yeah. So those are essentially the three songs I would say with my kids fully at heart. Or family or anyone. Just really. Little drama going on there. Almost crying at the top of your lungs and saying thank you, but still crying at the same time, you know? Alright. Just in time for the ad. Oh, great. Yeah, I think I'll wait for a little bit for the ad break. For anyone who's stuck on an ad, I'm not sure if Akash is still in an ad or not. Which doesn't tell me who is in an ad or not outside of, individuals. On another note, my daughter should be doing her homework. I'm gonna double check really quick to see whether or not it is, because she is home still in recovery. Recovery as in quote unquote. Seems to be much better. Give me just one moment. I'm gonna use this ad break to run upstairs and run back. Ah. And we back from ads yet? Ad break ends in 1 minute and 11 seconds. All right. Hmm. 30 seconds. Let's see. I think part of my writer's block. Oh wait, 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Ad break ended. Your community should be back. Okay, so from here, gosh, I wanted to say thank you for actually being here, kind of running through or chatting with me in general, just to kind of think about what I need to do to write this song. And you know what? What you're saying right now, or what I'm saying to you, is kind of making me realize what I'm kind of missing with this song, because I just felt like I'm writing it, and I'm trying to dig down deep. This is supposed to be, and it looks in the script. I would say this girl is pretty much one of your best friends. And I'm gonna dig down deep to kind of remember a time where I really had my friends and stuff. It's like as I got older and I had have my family now, I haven't actually kept in touch with my friends, and the connection I had with my friends are no longer the same. I would say my like the friends growing up, not like new friends along the way. I'm talking about the nostalgia of that one friend from middle school or high school that you said, "Will we always be friends?" And you think yes, and then you're not friends anymore. You're just college comes, work comes, life happens, you make new friends, and not everybody's so lucky to keep their friends from high school, or they are lucky to have lost certain people from high school because who knows, they were a bad influence. um, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Funny thing is, I had a friend. I went over and we went to his rooftop. It didn't dawn on me then. It didn't dawn on me until later on. Like, I grew up with him and everything, but I know I was a big headache to deal with in high school and middle school. And I think that's the moment I'm gonna hold on to. The fact that I know I could have been a better friend. Instead, I feel like I was more of a, I was the type that you needed to cut out of your life in order to get rid of the negativity. And I was the negativity. So I would say in age, let's you kind of look back. Hindsight, 2020 is hindsight. Is 20 hindsight is 2020. Um and you look back and you think, darn, like that was my fault that we're no longer friends. Um a lot of it's my fault, I would say. I'm reflecting back on it. A lot of reasons why people didn't like me would be my own fault, and I grow from it. And as much as I'd like to apologize to some of those people in the past, I chose to stay out of their lives because maybe that might be a better thing. Because I don't want to draw up the past if they don't want to remember it, and they've already moved on from it. So, if they happen to be watching the stream, there's a lot of apologies I have, but I'm not gonna do it right here, right now. We can talk about it. Just reach out. Um, but yeah, uh, there was a day where I was going through so much of my own troubles between my family and my relationships, and I went over to my friend's house and I ran away from home, kind of stayed at his place. And I asked him, "Do you think we'll always be friends?" You think, I don't know, probably. We went on this rooftop. We scratched, and I etched my name into. We used like a little rock or chisel and scraped our initials into his chimney. He doesn't even live in that house anymore. So some person has our initials on their chimney now. um, but it also dawned upon me just now that I was probably the last one to put my initials on his chimney, even though I grew up with him. His newer friends have his initials there. I'm not even sure if he's who's friends with who anymore, but likely that group of friends are still together because they were powerfully they got along way better, and I'm that extra leg that they had to take care of. That kid. Um, so yeah, I'm trying to draw upon that friendship I'm not sure what's going to happen with the friendship between Red and uh, Robin, but that's what I want to draw upon. I don't think that's in my music currently. Oh, let's see if that can. I don't know. My dad used to work in a transferable job. So did you move around a lot? Is that what you're saying? I had to leave my friends that were amazing people, learn to enjoy things while it lasted. I can understand that. There was that. Um, do you stay in touch with all of them, or do you some of them maybe just maybe in passing? But like, it's not. It's never the same, right? Yeah, and like exactly. And you can kind of feel what I draw my music from. So I think that's still cherish them. They're not together, but still. Yeah. And I think the world changed in the way where our connections are also not the same as they used to be. They're different. I see the kids getting along. They have their cherished memories, but because we have technology, it almost feels like it's okay to just check in sparsely or not connect as much. It's definitely not the same. Like the excitement of picking up a not the cell phone, like just the older phones where you had to dial their numbers and everything and memorize it all. Even how many years ago is that now? I keep thinking that's so long ago. But that's no like normal phones were still in use maybe 10 years ago, I would say even 10, 15 years. And people would say, "Oh, you're old already. 10, 15 years is old if you think about it." Like if you're looking back like that and you're old enough to work and stuff. Um but to anybody who is able to call somebody old, that you're probably already 15 years yourself. And your entire life that did it. If you're currently 15, you're just if you look at your age then, you're halfway to 30, you're halfway from there you're another two-thirds away from 45 even, and it goes by so fast. It goes by so fast. It doesn't feel like 15 years even past that fast, right? You know, like so much has happened yet it's like it's amazing how everything has changed in 15 years. Rest in peace the cheaper days. I was just thinking about that driving today. I was like, man, back in the day I was earning $8 an hour and I was happy. Then I was earning $15 an hour and I was happy. Now you have to earn about 30 to be happy. And I was like, what is going on? It went from 8 to 15 to 30. I was like, that's not right. I shouldn't say happy. I would be I'd say comfortable and like like just happy with what you got. Is you're not feeling pressured. Like everything below that's already still under pressure. At least here in the U.S., things have gotten really crazy. Um, When I went to college, first went to college here. I'm not gonna say when, but for those who know how much a sandwich was, you could buy a sandwich and a drink for $4 and then throw $1 tip, and the guy's gonna be super happy because that's already a 25% tip. But I used to just be like $5. I can earn $8 an hour. $5 I can. That's less than an hour of my time. I can toss that to another guy and to the guy cooking my food, and not feel bad. Today, the sandwich is a sandwich is $15. The minimum wage is $15, and then they want like a 20% tip, and that's more than an hours of your work. Like what? That's like here in the U.S. Don't I know not everybody's in the U.S., but the U.S. tipping culture has gone way over. Like, but the fact that the same sandwich from the same place went from $13 plus a $3 drink, so it's $16, $16 plus tip. Let's just say it's $20 for the same sandwich and drink. From the original $4 in what, like 2026? Let's just say 20 years for that to happen. So from $4 to $20 is not really. It doesn't make any sense. That's 5 times the amount of what it used to be. Or at least I think that's what it was. I remember just having a $5 bill and just passing it over. Holy cow, that's nuts. For it to be $20 now with the tip. Tip and tax, I would say. They keep talking about inflation by like every month. It went up by only 0.2% or 1%. Did anybody count the fact that it went up over the last 20 years, that it's 5 times the amount it was? It's 5. 5 is just too much. Sheesh. Life was supposed to become easier with technology, right? Instead, it just I feel like technology made things more difficult and complex. It can't be that much better than it was before. In hindsight. Again, like, it's cool to have the phone. It's nice, it's convenient, but oh my goodness. I'm just thinking now, like, I wouldn't be streaming to you guys. I think I'd be more connected with the people around me. Well, the US has been doing some very stupid stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna go there, Akash, but yes, absolutely. I'm gonna keep it at that. I just it's funny because I lived for 15 years. I lived out of this country. I lived in the Philippines. 10, 15, 2007, 15-ish. About 14, 15 years I lived in the Philippines. With a sparse visit or occasional 1 or 2 months to a year back in the US. But most of the time I lived out there in Asia. And the price, I went from seeing for 15 years, keeping in mind that I went back and forth a lot, to see the sandwich go from $3 to eventually $4 to eventually $20 on every visit. Yeah, just imagine though, like in the Philippines, and let me put a perspective in. I'm gonna take McDonald's because it just happens to be in both locations. Global companies makes it easier to compare, but global companies that have a local sourcing, I should say, because I'm not talking about imports. I'm talking about when they have their own local sourcing. It keeps the prices cheaper. I met a woman from there. She was fire. Yeah, I met a woman there too. I married her. That's kind of part of the huge part of why I ended up there. But McDonald's over there, they have this. It's in pesos. It was like 500, 600 pesos for a four-person meal. It was like four burgers, four large fries, and four drinks. And there was like the double cheeseburgers. That's like 10 to 12 bucks here, I would say. And then over here in the US, it would be already $15 to $20 to have it for one person. You know what? I'm not even sure. Double cheese meal. It says $10 plus, and then the fact that McDonald's is asking for tip as well now. I would say puts it at say about $12, $13 just for one burger, one drink, one and large fries. So for the same price in the Philippines, you could get four of those. And my traveling back and forth, people, when I was in the Philippines, people were like, "Why do you spend so much money?" I was like, "It's super cheap here." Compared to over in the US, everything has stayed still over there, and it still is that price. I feel like, Donald Philippines menu. Let me take a look. Donald Philippines menu. Why is your screen completely white? Can I have the family? Oh, I feel like this cross-continental internet is really slow. Whew. Whatever server I'm pinging right now is not loading that fast. McDonald's Philippines, man. Oh, why is this website so painful? Uh, Yeesh. What's a good dish in the Philippines? Oh my goodness. Um, that's a hard question. There's a lot. It's like I came okay from the US. I love the steak and burgers and stuff. But then when I went to the Philippines, yes, I miss steak burgers and pizza that from here. And then from over there, I'm missing the beef tapa, the adobo, the it really depends who's making it too. You know what I mean? It's not always about just the dish. Because yeah, I could say I love the burgers in the U.S. and then you go to McDonald's and it's like, yeah, that's about the same as anywhere else. I would say like the diner burgers over here are really good. You have to, and it really depends on the diner and who's making it. But yeah, there's a restaurant chain in the Philippines, Mary Grace, and I love their beef tapa. I kind of miss it a lot right now. Now that you're making me want it. Used to get that for breakfast or and have a little bit for lunch. They had this and this sandwich as well. For vegetarians, I would also say I'm not sure if you're depending on where you're from. Um, there's a lot of dishes. I can't even begin to. It really depends, and like not all vegans are also full vegans. They're okay with poultry. So there's the chicken meals as well. Adobo is wonderful if you're okay with chicken. Um, now that I think about it, like, and I'm just basing it off name. If you're in South Asia tends to have a lot of vegetarian and vegans. You're surrounded by a lot of countries that do eat meat. I'm just thinking now, looking in reflection in hindsight, that is just quite interesting to think about. You're practically surrounded by all meat eaters. Ooh, spicy ones. There's a lot. Uh and the thing is, they have a lot of international dishes, but they're made by local chefs, and I would say those are also really good. Um, darn, I can't off the top of my head. There's a lot of restaurants there. Like like this Wagyu beef fried rice from this place called Todd English at the top of SM Aura that I also kind of really like. And it was just a rice dish with beef, but I would just order that, and I because they it comes in this huge bowl, and I was just like, for $10, that it's two meals for $10 and everything compared to what it is here. I don't even think it was only $10. I think it was less. It's pretty wild to think about, like how much cheaper everything is over there. Like you can get these high end. These are luxury. Some of these places are considered luxury looking places. If you look at it in New York City or anything, it's one of those 5-star restaurants, 4-star restaurant kind of things. Yet over there in the Philippines, it costs 1/4 the amount still. So you can live richer over there than you are over here if you're earning from over here, which is interesting. And I'm not talking about earning large amounts. I'm saying you earn minimum wage US, you live like a king over in the Philippines. But if you earn minimum wage in the Philippines, you're way below the margins, and that's where things get tough. And I wish my business never closed because my hopes and dreams were to actually make a business to sustain artists over there a little bit more. Um, because being an artist is expensive. Most of your products and everything are your raw equipment, like for example your computers and everything. That's an import, and imports are based on the global markets. They're not localized, so that costs an arm and a leg over there. Top it off, you have tariffs. You have this import tax, which is a tariff. That's the meaning of a tariff, Trump. Uh, the Philippines has 100% on new products, imported like that. So $1,000 computer is $2,000 over there, which sucks. Cars, same thing. But every year if you buy a used one from overseas, for every year that it is, it's 10% less, up to 10 years. So if you get a 10-year-old car, you don't have to pay any more tariffs on it. Or import tax or whatever you want. Freaking Excuse, I said I'm not gonna go there. I'm just mentioning it. It's the import tax is essentially the same thing. For some odd reason, um, I'm not gonna go there. Never mind. I can go on for days on that one because there's way. Akash, just to be clear, there is news coming out of here practically every day since he's taken office, and there's no breaks. So there's so much to say, and that's the thing. It's too overwhelming. His strategy was to overwhelm so much that you didn't have one thing if you wanted to protest one thing, he's like, well, why didn't you care about this? Well, why didn't you care about that? Why didn't you care about this? It's like, it's everything I'm upset with, but you can't really say I'm against everything. Then now you have a problem because what the hell are you fighting against? So there's just too much happening. It's overwhelming. That's where I'm coming with. So that's what I mean. There's just too much to say. Right now coming out of the US. There's too many things happening all at once. It's almost hard to breathe because of it. So it's like the only thing you can do is kind of try to move on and not get distracted by it. Because otherwise, if everybody stopped to just deal with it, and that's what he's hoping for, that there's too many things that it's too busy, it keeps them too busy. You have to pick your battles to the point where shouldn't you be at work? Shouldn't you be making a living? And you cannot afford to actually go out there and stop and go against it. He was banking on that, and people are out there fighting for it. And what sucks is if you're really poor, you can't even go out there to fight against it because there's no time. You're feeding a family, you're taking care of everybody. You just can't. You can't go out there to it's the sacrifice can be great. And trust me, I know people from both sides, and it just doesn't make it any better. It is a slow Monday today. I'm really. You know what though, Akash? I feel like this is somewhat productive. I think I need to be able to talk about things and kind of feel things. The last few days has been. I got a chance to kind of relax over the winter break and the new year, and that helped. But I didn't really. I don't think I really engaged in my emotions or thoughts or anything as much. And I guess you could say that's kind of like dealing with burnout. I did complete 18 songs right before the break. So like before Christmas, I finished about 18 songs in 3 months. Um so I did do quite a lot, and my clients were like, "Are you sure you're not burning out?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm not burning out at all." I think the break let me stop, and the burnout did settle because of that. But I think when you're running and on momentum, you don't. It's that sucks. I think maybe I was running on such good momentum that I was in such a solid flow state that I didn't mind it. There was no burnout to be had. It was more like I loved what I was doing in every moment of it. Yeah, during the 3 months, I just threw it in there. I was just on a roll. So I don't know. I was just right now. I suddenly hit this whole. I think the break hit a pause, and I'm just trying to get back into the flow of things. And I don't want to throw the. I think another problem with the current song is that I also don't want to throw it away. Uh, Here, check this out. This is what I'm talking about. I wrote this section first, and then I slapped on everything. I said, "Wow, now this feels a lot more complete." And then now I hate it. That's the funny thing. I finally got everything done, and I did this right before the last week before Christmas. And I was like, okay, I'll revisit this again. Something doesn't feel right, and I came back and I hated it. I also need to work on my game, but somehow I also feel like I creatively can't go much further. You know what? I gotta any. Are there any updates to your game right now? Like, send it my way. I feel like maybe I can. I need to work on something that's not mine. If that makes sense. Maybe I could check it out and kind of give you some more feedback on how we can how what else you could do, or like what do you want to polish? You let me know and what to focus on, and I'll play it out where from where it is. Um, that'd be cool too. But here, check out this section really quick. And originally it was with the pipa, not the piano. So let's remove the piano. Oh wait, yeah, that part should still be piano. Let me just mute this section. Here we go from here. Your style of music goes very well with my game, and honestly, I don't even know what my style of music actually is. Now that I think about it, like I do have a rough idea, but what I did with your game, I felt it. Like I was like, I got an idea for this, and I just was hearing the beat, and I was like, where's the melody? And I was like, I need a little bit more melody, and I started playing during your game, and I was like, this is cool. So yeah, and then you said you liked it, and then I did it, and then yeah, it's just um honestly, before all of this, I was also a DJ. So I did electro house. I did the hard house music where you always have to bang your head. It felt like you're always on a boss fight in a video game kind of thing. That's what I loved. I loved that heavier sound. And it's funny how I compose a lot of more gentle music because that's what the project got for me, and I've become more known for. But I would love to have done more dance music as well. So I would say there's just I'm using that, by the way. Yeah. No, no. I mean, that's what it's there for. You're supposed to be able to use it. I still never reached out to the guy who made the song. I want to post that song, and say this is what we did with your song and everything. And I want the credit goes to him. Like the main artist is him, but it's featuring my music. You know what I mean? Or my melody on top. Because the main there's a lot to it. That song was already awesome to begin with. It was just I felt like you just needed that little bit to make it drive it forward in your game because it fit your game really well. It like I liked how the song was going, but some reason like when I was walking around, it just felt it needed that little kick. um, and I think that's the problem with a lot of music. If his song had a melody beforehand, it may not have worked for most other games. And he's trying to sell it for. I would say most creators are trying to sell it for the general public, and it fits more games when it doesn't have the melody. Even though it's not fitting it perfectly, it fits more because that's what background music tends to be. And then when you add the melody on top of it, it's more specific to your game. Yeah, but even then, it's like it would be really cool for. It's not that he wouldn't mind. It's more like it would be very cool to say it becomes famous. He would be really. I think he'd be happier to know that his credit's on there, if that makes sense. Like even if I put my like say you made some assets, it would be cool to have your name in the credits. It would be cool if you become famous and maybe do even more collaborations. That's kind of the point of credits. It's not really so much that they mind you changing things. It's more the fact that you'd be even happier to kind of get more from it. If that makes sense. It's like kind of honoring the person a little bit more. Like just like especially if I put it up on stream and I'd say, hey, and I'm say I earn a little bit of revenue. I want to be able to kick it back to whoever. By the way, Akash, if I do get his permission and everything, I'm going to be, if I put it and I'll take care of it, like in terms of Spotify and everything. Anything that you have original music, I can help you get it on Spotify and everything, and I'll just do the album. I'll put it up there on the album. It's not really by me, but I'll just send it like back to you. But only the original music that gets the rights, that you have the rights to put up on stream. Which is why I do want to reach out to him. So we also earn streaming revenue, by the way, from all of that. It's very little, but let's put it this way. I'm just gonna open the calculator really quick so you can see what I'm talking about. Spotify pays a whopping 0.00, and it depends where. So I'm gonna go and average. It's 0.002 to 0.004. That's a 0.003 is in the middle. That's how much they pay per play of the song. They have rules in place where you're not supposed to have it on repeat for too long. So because people are fraudulently streaming to make some money off of it, and some company in I forgot where it was, Norway, Sweden, or someplace, did that. They made a bunch of 30-second songs and had a server farm just playing the music over and over again, and they made millions of bucks off of Spotify. Spotify lost the money in a sense, but it also takes away from the pool of all the money that everybody else is supposed to be earning. So they have an AI algorithm that's kind of kicking people off of their system. They've kicked me off twice, and I got placed back in. I was like, look, I don't know who the heck is listening to my music. I've made all the efforts. Can you stop kicking me off? Because it's resetting my follower count. Because I went from 3,000 something. At peak I was at 5,000 when my album first released and everything. When people are liking it and it got in playlists and stuff. Then went down to 3,000 monthly listeners, and it steadied out around 2,500. And supposedly one person was listening to it a lot. somewhere up in New York. I'm not even in New York. Somewhere in New York, and I was like, I don't know anybody who it could be. They couldn't tell me who it was. I couldn't message them. I couldn't tell them, hey, can you not play it that much or have it on repeat nonstop? And they kicked it off, saying it like, yeah. So they kicked it off, and they basically went from 2,500 to not promoting my music anymore because I want I need to be a lot more famous first before I really push. So that way I don't feel like I'm fighting it so much. Because I don't want to deal with Spotify slowing me down as much as I am. But now I have 12 to 13 monthly listeners because I haven't re-promoted or anything, and none of those listeners came back, which is weird. I would think at least I'd have about 100 to 500, but no, it's when Spotify kicks you off, all the music on the playlist turns into unknown artist, and it becomes grayed out on your playlist. And most people clean up their playlists over the 3 months I had to take it down for 3 months and then fix it again. And by that time, I think people already took me off their playlist and never looked for me again. So that kind of sucked. Then again, Daniel Ek, who finally stepped down as CEO, the CEO of Spotify, people were quitting Spotify anyways because of his support of like guns and killing and something like that. I forgot what it was. But I don't support him either. It's just the struggles of trying to make money in this environment is tough as well. But yeah, the AI system is just flagging everybody. I have a playlist, and let's see if I can find it. I don't even pay for Spotify anymore, so I'm just gonna. I left it. I've heard all the bad stuff, and I'm not in support of it. But let me see if I can pull up that list. It was a bunch of. Music, classic games, and more versus. I just wanted some peaceful. There's a playlist that's just peaceful music. But this playlist is all intact because it was all original music. Holy cow, the Overcooked 2 soundtrack is gone. What happened to that? So this is what I mean, it's grayed out. Here's the Overcooked 2 soundtrack, you can't even play it. Overcooked. Cooked. All you can eat. Check this out. There's an entire album that is just grayed out. Dude, I wasn't even making $100 a month, and they kicked me off. It's like for fraudulent streaming. I would think they would go after anyone going like extreme. Like they were making about $1,000 or more, but I was barely making $100 a month. So for the fact that they went after me for that, yeah, I don't want to deal with them. Oh, here, Peaceful Sleep. So this, see various artists. Look at this huge chunk of artists that are just gone off this playlist. They don't even list who it is. That's what happened to me. It'll say various artists on me. Even wait. Why am I grayed out again? Oh no. See, that's the thing. I'm still here. This is my repost. I still have these plays, but on that old playlist, I'm grayed out. Because this is my reposted music. I haven't played it off Spotify in a long time. But yeah, look at this, 11 whopping monthly listeners. And these numbers, it makes me look like it definitely looks like I cheated, but I'm still live, so I don't know what the hell happened there. But if you go to my, so technically you could sabotage any artist by sending bot listeners their way. Absolutely. And that's what somebody was talking about. And they actually managed to get this one person who had over 100,000 listeners taken down for a while. And that got fought off, and they're back up. But see, when you have 100,000 listeners, most of those listeners come back already. They're like, oh, look, he's back. Because you're already famous. And that's where I want to be before I actually, you know. Now, here's the thing. You can bot somebody. I'm just going to use Taylor Swift as an example because she's always in the news for some stupid reason. You can bot Taylor Swift and they'll never kick her off. Why? Because she has privilege. Those famous artists have privilege. Spotify won't want to take them down. So they have like these artists who have green lights, and they probably like, I think Drake or somebody had a bunch of bots. They botted their own music and they made money off of it, but they're never going to get taken down. So I call that's foul. That is absolutely foul. Just the smaller listeners is one case, but yeah, see, this album is still up on here. But if you look at my other playlists, I'm grayed out. I'm surprised it even says that. I'm surprised it even has my artist name on it. Hold on. That's amazing that it still says Glim Music, but it's grayed out. Privilege and leverage, absolutely. And you know, you don't have anybody fighting for that. I'm gonna click on this really quick. That's interesting. It said Glim Music 0 monthly listeners. This is my older, it's an older account or something. I don't even know. But if you look at my current Glim Music, I have 11 monthly listeners. So it's such a annoying thing to deal with. So I gave up. I don't want to deal with it right now. And I'm relying heavily on Twitch and YouTube and just getting my numbers up. And once my numbers are back up, I'm gonna say to everybody, you know, check out the music and support it. But for now, this is all I can do. It's like I'm not earning anything as much as I'd like to. Patreon as well. And I just want to help. I just want to get music out to all of you. Work on as many games as possible. Get on a bunch of projects. I just want to be heard and then earn some money off of it, enough to make a living, or a somewhat of a living, and then we go from there. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm trying to get super rich or trying to take advantage of anyone. Give me one moment. My phone's battery died. Not sure what happened there. So yeah, I figure let's get myself on a few major titles first before I go out there and stream it again. Before I promote it, because what if somebody really just likes your song and has it on a playlist on play for a year? What then? You know, it doesn't hurt to have that. They even wrote. There's even an article out there that people should not allow, or we shouldn't encourage our streamers or people who listen to our music to play it overnight. And first of all, like if it's a relaxing soundtrack, or say it's a soundtrack for people to, or a playlist of music to fall asleep to, people listen to music to bed. You know, there's some people who do enjoy listening to it when they're studying or sleeping or working, and they have a playlist that they go to all the time. That might have been the case for my song. I don't know, but they told it literally says not to do it, and it's like, what? How are we supposed to stop that? How are we supposed to tell somebody not to do that? And then if they do it, we get flagged for it. So, and I feel like they're targeting the wrong target, you know? First of all, why are they paying anybody for streams more than what the person that is playing it is paying, in a sense? So, for example, if you're paying $10 a month for your monthly subscription to Spotify Premium, I have no idea how much it costs anymore. But say $10, since that's an easy number to work with, and that 50% goes to artists, right? At what point is the fact that they're streaming, like, say they like to listen to music and they have it Spotify playing all day, every day. Why would you spend or pay out to an artist or any artist for any streams beyond the 50% that you're paying from that one person listening? If that person paid for premium to listen unlimited it should cap in terms of earnings at $5. It shouldn't. Spotify shouldn't be paying people $20. Say this one person who paid $10 streamed nonstop and somehow earned it. Well, let's do the math. Say a song is. Let's just do. We'll divide it by minutes after. So let's say a song is 33 minutes on average. So let's say 30 days. So 30 days, there's 24 hours a day. So 24 times 60 hours per hour times 60 minutes. Right? So that's 7,776 is how much they could pay divided by 3. And that was times 0.003 already at the top. We started with the 0.003, 9 cents. So if you stream 24 hours a day, Spotify will still pay out $2,592. That does not make any sense whatsoever. Unless my numbers are wrong. But this is monthly. So 30 days a month times 24 hours a day. Whoops. 30 times. That's hold on. Reset. 30 times 24 hours a day times 60 minutes per hour times 60 minutes per hour divided by 3 minutes per play. That's 8,600. That doesn't seem right. Is that how many times you can play a song in a month? That doesn't make any sense. If you leave it running. So let's say 3 minutes a song times 60 hours a day. 60 minutes. $60 divided by 3. That's the number of times you can play a song. 60 divided by 3 is the number of times you can play a song per hour. You can play a 3-minute song 20 times per hour. That makes sense. There's 24 hours in a day. 24. Oh, I was doing an extra 60. That makes sense. 24 hours times 30. So it's 14,000 plays times 0.003. So they would pay $43.20 a month if they played the song over and over and over. Spotify would pay those artists that were played if that was the case. But if you have a $10 membership, why would they pay $43 out to the artists? That makes no sense. There should be a cap to it. They're just burning away the money, and that's why they're getting upset with it. In all honesty, they should have a cap on how much money somebody can earn from one listener per month. At the very least, there should be a cap, and with that cap, they can take that limit into how much the art, like the biggest artist, for example, say I don't know, again Taylor Swift. If they don't pay Taylor Swift as much, they can pay their bottom line a little bit more. They can pay an artist like me and lower like heard artists and support them a little more. If they disperse those funds just a little bit more. I'm not talking about like completely capping them so hard. But they can pay the bottom line just a bit better. Like some diminishing returns along the way up. At least from the people who are playing it too much. You know what I mean? Because if I played a Taylor Swift song all day, every day for 24 hours for 14,400 times, my $10 a month, Spotify gave $43 to Taylor Swift. Or, well, let's just say they only pay, I don't know, 40% times 0.4. Oh wait, no, that's not it. That's not even 0.4. That's how much they're paying. Sorry, so time divided by 0.4. This is how much they're paying for the 0.003 per play. So that's how much they would have paid Taylor at that point. And that's nuts. Like, I only paid $10 and you're giving Taylor $43 because I played that many more times. That is, and then at that point, since you're losing negative, let's take my $10 off. You're paying an extra $33.20. None of which is going to the other artist. And that's taking from the pool of people who aren't listening 24 hours a day and just giving that money to the bigger artist because they're allowed the extra privilege. That can't make sense at all. At some point, some of that money, that's $33 that isn't going to everybody else, because the money, the reason it's 0.003, this amount that they're paying us, is strictly because they said it's from a pool of all the funds. They take the pool of all the funds and divide it out. So essentially, some people are paying more and some people are paying less. There's some people who are listening to 14,000 songs a month, and there's some people who maybe only listen to Spotify on the weekends and only listen to maybe about 200 songs. So the people who are listening to Spotify, listening for 200 songs only, like a little bit, are basically not getting the whole money's worth, and they're taking that extra amount and pooling it with the rest of everything else, and that's how they have the money to pay out their artists. And then we all get put into this pool, and then a percentage of all of that earning is divided amongst all of us. Every single one. Their system just calculates the whole thing and it comes out to 0.003. It's like, geez, that's they couldn't create an algorithm that pays people a little bit more on a living salary for that kind of play. Just and put a cap on it. So if my overly playful fan in New York or wherever it was plays my song nonstop, and even though I have 2,000 something listeners every month, right? 2,500 listeners a month. Say that one person listened 1,000 times a month. And that's what they didn't like. And they made the bulk of my streams for some reason. That shouldn't mean I lose my other 2,500 listeners. That seems extreme. And that was what, maybe let's just say that was 1/3 of my income. So I, instead of getting rid of $100 a month from me, they could have capped it, and I would have gotten maybe what, $10 a month or $5 a month from that one person. If they put a cap on the person listening to me a lot, because I don't even know who it is. And what if I opened up a server farm and started doing that to other artists? And like that's so wrong. But the thing is, you can only do that to the artists who are struggling, like myself. Who are just getting started. So, do you really want to go out there and spend the time, money, and effort to destroy smaller artists? I guess the big guys might want to. And that sucks. Whether they have the money to destroy everybody who's potentially competition, So, yeah, that's where I'm coming from right now. I need to come out huge. I need to make. I want to be on maybe 5 to 10 to 15 games. I want to be known a little bit in the indie community as somebody who's created music for all of you guys. And with that strategy, I'm gonna come back out on Spotify, and I'm gonna have the backing of every one of my the people who worked with me. And Akash, by the way, just so you know, once I get the song on Spotify and everything like that, you get 10% of all my earnings from the song that I worked with for you, as thanks, and also for supporting and just as support to your project as well. I'm basically gonna hire somebody now. That's cost on my end to help break down all my earnings from each song to make sure that you and Olan, who created the other part, will get paid for my account streams. Olan should get 50% of my earnings, aside from the marketing side of things and expenses. So I'm gonna say, hey, Olan, here's my expenses. I'm gonna show it to you transparently. I keep 40% for marketing and everything. I'm gonna give you, and I give 10% to you because you promoted us. Your like our music is in your game, and I want you to have that for helping us promote the music, and as thanks and encouragement for you to keep working at it. So you would get 10% of the earnings from my music. And then with Olan, I'd split the remaining 40%, 20/20 with him. Or 30/10, because technically he did the majority of the song. I'm willing to do that. But then I'm not really earning anything off of it. So I got to figure something out off of that because, as somebody who is already promoting them, I think it's a fair enough deal. But yeah, you as somebody, and everybody who's hired me so far is getting 10% of my music. A lot of them say no, you can keep it. I say I will keep it until I become somehow famous. If I become famous, and it's because of your game and everything, you are still getting 10%. I am giving you that money because I want you to make more games. Whether you you hire me, you can hire somebody else. I want you to feel the privilege of, or the benefits of this. And that's my belief in it all, is that, like, look, my music wouldn't be successful without any of you in the first place. I I highly believe that, like, without devs or without producers, I wouldn't be anywhere in the music industry because my style of music relies heavily on all of you. Yeah, I don't know if I sent you my contract. I should send it your way. Uh Let me see if I can pull that up really quick on my desktop. I have. You're awesome, man. I'll need to go now, unfortunately, but I'll see you on Thursday. Interesting chatting with you. I'm actually on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, but if Thursday, yeah, let's chat on Thursday. Just shoot me a message, man. Um, Spotify is a bigger conundrum than I thought. Yeah, it is. But if I can get past it, sharing those earnings would be great. And if you can get people to listen to the music on there, and I'm telling you, I'm giving you 10%, and of course I have to pay the price of, to the publishing and all that stuff. But yeah, let's talk more on Thursday. I know you need to go. I'm not gonna keep you any longer. We can talk the details up a lot more. Shoot me a message. Also, I'll send you what my contract actually looks like, and there's a quick view versus and music original composition license company. I don't know where my other part of this contract is. All right, here's the template. I'm gonna drop it onto your Discord. If you're still here, if not, you'll see it anyways. So here's my contract template. I don't know why the quick view version. And I'm sending you another version. This version is which I need to clean up a bit. Explains without the legal stuff. So there's a version I sent you that is basically simplified. It just says, you give me this, I give you this, here's all the stuff that you get, here's the rights that you get, here's some extra legal stuff that happens without having to sound all legal. It's the same contract, it's just broken down even simpler. All right. I know I spent the whole time chatting, and this was such a relief. Thank you, Akash. I know that if you're gone already or not, but anybody who's also here, that's all it took. I just needed to kind of chat this out. I've been under a bit of stress, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with this. Today is just one of those days, and it is a Monday, but yeah. Being able to stream on these days helps a lot too. Because it puts pressure on me, and I feel like without enough push, that's where a lot of developers and a lot of musicians fail. You need something to put pressure on you. I have seen people achieve more in school than they have outside of school. Especially the project teams that I worked with who are in school. They've created amazing stuff because of the pressures of school. Then they say, "Oh, I'm so burnt out. Let's work a little bit easier. Let's work a little bit lighter." And then that's when the games don't actually get produced. And that sucks. So you still need that pressure, I feel like. Gosh, thanks, man. Okay, cool. Um, William Record redeemed stretch. Yes. Oh, I do need a stretch. Did you just drop in now? Oh man, this is a very emotionally and loaded stream today. Ah, needed that stretch actually. Wasn't even thinking about it. I just don't know where I wanted to go. I'm thinking of scrapping this song and starting it over. You know, just. I don't have. The heart is just not there. I've been here for about 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah, no, we're talking about like how. How my heart is in a lot of other songs, and this one just doesn't, you know. I know I missed something good. The video on demand is still up if you want to check it out again afterwards. But yeah, no. I just needed people to chat with and everything. I'm trying to get like an emotional connection to my music on this one. And I just, even though everyone's been hearing this since before Christmas, I've been kind of stuck on this track, and I think I'm trying to hold on to it because it's complex. I like the 3/4 and the 4/4 feeling and everything, and I love where the song is going. I just don't think it fits. The more I listen to it, it just we are talking about like how it is to have a best friend and how the emotional context is, and how like in family and everything, like how you can how all of my music tends to be. I think the term I used was bittersweet. Everything that you love is something that you can't be sad without something you love. Is what I said. You you want something, you need something, or you enjoyed something, or cherish something, or desire something that you don't have anymore, or did have or want, and then that's what makes you sad, and that's where we went with it at first. Um, and we're just trying to dig deep, try to get that inner musician back out on that one. Um, I just wasn't feeling this with that song. Yeah, that makes sense. And I feel like all the emotion in my music comes from that. Um, yeah, we were talking about like how we changed friends along the way and all that stuff. There's a couple of things that came up. Akash was keeping me company on that one, but thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, no, it's been the struggle with this piece, and I was just kind of just those three notes. I feel like are where I wanted to go. I played some of my older songs too, like uh, Akash was asking me if I made any music that I made just for my kids, and I was like, even though I made it for a production, um, it fit the situation for my kids. And I'll just drop the links for those now, since I don't want to play it again on the same stream. But the oops, that's me. um, Grab those two songs. I will just drop the link. So, but I was explaining if you go back on the stream and everything, but I should have just dropped the links to these. Now that I think about it. uh, but I was saying that a lot of my music has hypothetical lyrics to it, even though there's no lyrics like to be heard. And I was saying what some of the words were that I had in my head when I was writing the piano line and everything. So like, for example, this song, "Link, If You Should Fall." I'll play a part of it actually. Just to reference what I'm talking about. Oh, that's bittersweet. Why is that one playing? We're also talking about like how Spotify has been a rough road for me. I made some money from it, and then I lost some money from it, and it's just been a nightmare. And the fact that I pay my pay everybody or anybody who hires me for music, I also give 10% to those developers because that's it's like if my music is successful, becomes successful, and it's all due to the fact that like I've been there through the thick through the journey with all these indie artists and producers. So I do share a portion of my music back to those who I work with. And then obviously if we're both musicians, then we split the revenue more evenly, but that's different. Like if I and that's what the license comes with. Like I give a portion back to you as long as I'm earning something first. Most of the people, the devs that I've worked with I'm really grateful to them. They've all said just make sure you can earn a living first, and then I'll pay them. And they said I could keep all the royalties, and I said, you know what? Once I've earned enough to actually stay afloat, I would 100%. I'm sharing that 10% back with them, and then some, making up for it. Because I wouldn't make it anywhere without them. You know. Those are two links. But I wanted to give an example for you who just dropped in. So the song "If You Should Fall," around 40 seconds. If you listen to the piano, have you made anything silly recently? I think switching lanes can help you awaken inspiration, stir up creativity. Absolutely. No, I made a lot of different stuff. I feel like since I've been behind on production, that's the one that I've been working on other people's productions more. And I said to Kosh that I would like to kind of check out his game and maybe work on something different. That is absolutely the same chain of thought, man. You're in the right direction. I'm thinking maybe right now I need to change games and just kind of check out something and do something else, and maybe I can get some inspiration to go in another direction really quick, and then I come back to this and it'll be like an aha moment, you know? If You Should Fall has these something like if you listen to piano, just imagine these words: if you should fall, I'll be there. And you can hear it in the chorus of the song right here. And I imagine singing something like that to my kids. Although I don't have a really great singing voice. I'm not too happy with it. And I stutter and I can't sing. My mouth just bleh, it ties up in knots all the time when I try to do anything like that. But like if you should fall, I'll be there was what the words of the piano were technically singing. So I think you can imagine it from that point. So and we were talking about how my song "Bittersweet Gifts" was just to say that everything, like from my kids and everything, and just holding on to everything that you cherish is like nothing stay, and anything that you love is the things that you love the most are the things that you can't have forever, is what I said. I think that was the quote or the words I said earlier. I'm not sure if it's exactly that way, but yeah, the things you love the most are the ones that you can't hold on to forever. Um, we try to, but and we cherish it the most, but yeah, and hence why they're bittersweet gifts. Oh yeah, I gotta change up the style. I've been trying to play some games and watch some anime, and I think one of the things that were throwing me off, and I was saying this earlier, like in the beginning of the stream, was I've been listening to a lot of really loud, like if you see 1-800 by BB knows BB No Money. Uh, that song is more EDM and rap and everything. It's like, oh my goodness. Um, my youngest daughter, she's still 11 months. Going to be her birthday's coming up, so she'll be 1 year old soon. listens to the softer side of my music and it just cannot sit still. She gets restless and upset, cries a bit. But when I play EDM music and some harder tracks and some metal tracks, she'll sit there and be like hyper focused and then eventually fall asleep. And she'll like bounce up and down happily in the beginning, but eventually she'll just stare and enjoy the music and just she loves the louder music and it puts her to sleep. It's so wild. Like I have all my other kids, I'm sitting there trying to put her to sleep and they're like, Dad, you're playing such loud music. And I was like, but this is the one putting Keely to sleep. So I was like, it's so funny. So, and it's throwing me off because it's almost like every day and every night she's listening to the dance stuff and the heavier stuff. We've been listening to a lot of Electric Callboy. I don't know if you know who that is. But yeah, all of their music is just really silly. But Electric Callboy is very, very loud. He does a lot of the metal, throat metal, screaming, screamo type of voice in the middle of the song. And then it mixes with the dance music and it's like, it's just... So that's what I've been listening to while trying to focus on creating very, like, I'm trying to create an emotional moment with the best friend here. And it is just, I don't know, the mood is different when I just couldn't do it. But yeah. I listen to a lot of genres, by the way. It's just, and I've been doing it before things were somehow trending. I don't know why certain genres just ended up trending now, like especially K-pop. K-pop has been around forever. But I guess it's more refined now, so it is nicer to listen to. Back then, it wasn't as refined, so it wasn't about the music. It was more about, I would say, I going back to the 90s and 2000s, early 2000s and stuff. And even before that, all the music before then, I think the lyrics mattered a lot. Today, people are starting to appreciate the sound of the music a little bit better because, well, American music for quite the last 10 years hasn't been as complex as it could have been. And I think people are appreciating the whole artistry of the music and the catchiness of the music of, especially in Europe and Asia. They've never kind of ditched that tone of actual music instead of just beats. Simplified background sounds, and America has very much been acoustic and a cappella. Really proud of their voices from the 2010s and 2000s. So yeah, I would say like that's kind of why the genres, I guess, didn't become as popular, but it's really becoming popular now. It's crazy. Yeah, so yeah, if you want to check out those links. I was thinking of actually just doing a kids album. But my kid still doesn't like it. Let me see if I can pull that song up really quick. We also mentioned that there's a lot of songs that I haven't released to the public that's also on my website. Oh, look at that. There's the player on the bottom right. It was missing earlier. Other services, I have the music. I have a kid's upbeat song. This is Row 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 Your Boat. I want to do something like this, like an album of just kids songs that you can use in the game or something. I feel like this works really well in like Roblox even, like some people can just use it back there. But the problem with Roblox is they pay no royalties, so that kind of sucks. This is totally different from all the other stuff you heard me have been hearing me play for the last few days, so. A little bit of the Donkey Kong influence. Whoops. Those water stages, you know, like the dry docks. Mario 64. Ah! So it's like, be right back, 9 ads. I was like, 9? Yuck! And it's like probably 10 seconds each, or like 15 seconds. Like, geez, 9 ads. I guess nowadays people aren't even paying that much for ads. I wonder how much ad revenue has changed since streaming has dominated. It's gotta be so different now. I know ad companies used to pay millions. I guess it's still like millions for the like Super Bowl ads, but geez, that's sheesh. I'm out of coffee. Let's see. So it says ad break ends in about 18 seconds. I'm wondering if William got the whole time. Because I know a lot of these people who are getting my ads just only get it for like 10, no, like sometimes they only get 30 seconds of ads. I don't understand how Twitch decides who gets how many ads. My phone battery is not charging. That is an absolute problem. My phone's stuck at 0. All right, you should be back from ads by now. Yeah. That has a lot of ads. But yeah, I have no idea how Spotify, how not Twitch does their ads. They like, I had one person who was back in 30 seconds before, while somebody else was gone for like 3 minutes, and I was like, what? Why do some people get more ads than others? And it's just, it doesn't make any sense at all. But yeah, I have quite a few unreleased tracks that I'm waiting for. I'm not happy with the way this is going. Here's your videos. Let me see if I can find this one. This one. I don't like using this generated background stuff, and I'm looking for a way to get somebody to do like some backgrounds for my music. But I was just messing around with these online visualizers that throw, like, you throw the music on and it plays the music, and something like this where it goes to the beat. This is mine as well. And the only other place to hear this on demand is from this one winter playlist that was released on Altabi Studio. So nobody else can really hear this song unless you listen around for it. I don't even know if this is AI generated or what. Like, this website is just... It's a visualizer, right? So can it be, is it even considered AI, or is it considered like just visually responsive to the sound and the beat? I'm not even sure anymore. This whole thing is so confusing. I like supporting other people to do my backgrounds and stuff, but I don't have the money for it. And there's nobody who's willing to volunteer for it, so it is what it is. So until this album is done, I'm going to do one EDM album, and then I have the Glimlet Path. Those two albums, when they're done, I'll release it. But until then, I think I'm going to hold on to them. Unless anybody wants it as a single, then like if there's enough support for it, then I will kind of make the effort to kind of get it published and everything. Something less serious. I know when you were saying do something silly, something I'd really like to do? I'd like to do something as like the quirky one here, or the chiptune again. These are fun, but I only did it because of school. And I've never had a reason to just do another one. I don't even know if I should ever release this one. I don't know what people's opinion of this song is. This one's different. I don't even know what genre you call this. I'm gonna switch to my alt on my laptop now. Alright. Sounds good. What the heck would you call this genre though? Are you familiar with ELV games on itch? No, I'm not actually. Check that out. Let's browse it up top. ELV games. Ah, they do audio packs and stuff. That's cool. Oh, I'm popular musics. That's a lot of music in one package. That is quite amazing. I haven't done any 8-bit tracks in a long time. Yeah, they have this massive 500 pack soundtrack pack. Music 700 tracks and bonus vocals by the bundle. How much is this? Just curious. Oh, so it's like a collection of all their tracks. Who composes their tracks for them? I'm just trying. I don't know if I get a copyright strike by playing their stuff on my stream. So, peg on the track. Oh, it's just one composer. I will check them out after the stream. That looks. Alcarab. Alka Crab. Okay. Okay. I will check them out for sure afterwards. You know, sometimes I put too much thought into my music that I don't just create. I could make background music in general, but I feel like I put a lot of thought into my music that it holds me back some. Their model is mainly free with some paid and bundle all paid. Eight-bit is so much fun to work with because it forces me to write solid melodies. The sounds are so basic that I had to overcome that with great composition. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like 8-bit, especially when you're playing with purely 8-bit, if you're sticking to the four I'm not trying to say instruments. I'm trying to say the fact that they're what the heck's the opposite? Monophonic. And there's that guy Willard Overboss. Yeah. The limitations of the instead of being polyphonic, they're monophonic, and the fact that you have to make your own reverb and your own tones, just thinking of it that way is a lot more fun. It becomes a puzzle that you just it's amazing. I like doing 8-bit. That was so much fun. I just haven't had any reason to do it. And I think a lot of people like to just they're okay with cheating a little bit with not sticking to 8-bit in terms of its traditional forms because they want it to sound really good still. Like the sound fonts are really not like, for example, the sound font 8-bit when you're borrowing from sound fonts is a different situation as well. Like programmable fonts in the 16-bit era with the Super Nintendo, for example, where you can actually pick out sounds and kind of put it in there, and then you just pitch shift it inside of there and inside of the console. You guys know each other. That's awesome. Yeah, I was asking Willard if he wanted to team up and just kind of do packs like this. And then we can also, and I'm also going to be putting on the website and stuff. So I just wanted to put stuff together. Actually, I just want to ask a lot of other artists if they want to come together and just kind of do that. Because I don't think I produce music nearly fast enough to make a library that I should have. Like, I did this with a sound font from Golden Sun. There's that gnome sound, that way they go, ho! So it's different from chiptune, you know, the whole sound font. You know, honestly, I made the song before I graduated. This is one of those songs I made in 2019 just on a whim. I had no idea what the hell I was doing except a bit of theory. I was just, this is all rhythmic. I had so much fun. And limiting it to 8 tracks was also really tough. Very RPG inspired boss fight. I still feel like Octopath Traveler got cheated from the Game Awards. Okay. Granted that Red Dead Redemption's audio is amazing. The music is so beautiful in Octopath. It's like, come on. just thinking about it from the whole RPG perspective. You know who should win a honorary Game award for soundtracks? I feel like Uematsu, before he goes, deserves it, or Mitsuda. One of those two. There's a lot of artists, but those two have made such memorable music that I feel like they're overlooked from the past. Did they get any honors in the past? Like game. Oh. Recognition. I don't know. I feel like not just recognition. The Game Awards are being new and everything. They need a category of a fan-based voting of who needs to be in the like a Hall of Fame of video game composers. And every year they add like 2 from fans, like just saying, you know, which artist should go there. There's a ton of artists I believe should be up there before games became truly famous. You know what I mean? The unsung heroes of and pioneers of game music. I mean, we all praise them. We all love them. It's just we don't like recognition is from these awards would be really, really. You only got the recognition because of the Final Fantasy VII remake. That's not fair. Like, it should be more than that. You know who should also be recognized? David Weiss from Donkey Kong Country. Oh my gosh, his the sounds he made for Donkey Kong Country is just amazing. Legendary. Uh trying to find that feel that I've been went from my other music. Like I love the song that I'm doing, but I don't love it enough to put it in this game. And then I go back to it because I even forget the sound of it, and that's the problem to me. Like when I usually when I compose my music, I remember the sound of it, the melody sticks. This one is I can look at it, then I remember it, but I don't remember it to stick. It's not top of my list. And this song, especially being one of the major characters, feels like it should be top of the list. Ah, that sucks. Right. Hmm. This chord is so weird. F, C, and G. It's an F. It could be a C major with a add not add wait 7 8 add 8, or it could be an F major. Wait, C major add 4, or it could be an F major add 9. That's the funniest thing. I don't ever know which one it is as in terms of theory because it gets all gobbled up. Like when is it add 4 versus add 9? Or add 2? Sorry. When is it add 2 versus add 9? Because 2 is actually 9. You know, it's like. Sounds like a pretty enough song. Maybe I can ride with that. I'll just record it really quick before I forget it. It is not. Let's just throw it in measure 12. Oops. Wait. That's about okay. That takes it. Um, I was winging that earlier, and I said, you know what? I'm just gonna save it. Um, keep my sloppy piano playing here. Sometimes I don't even let go of the keys. Should be. Otherwise, I don't need the sustain pedal when I'm holding the keys out. Really depends. What else can it be? You guys ever feel like when you're dealing with music that anything kind of would fit, but nothing fits at all? Like you see a scene and you just imagine how many different songs could fit there, and then you put it there and nothing really fits. That's my current situation. Like it is just not hitting there like I would like it to. Wrong key. Hold on. I posted some humor on Discord. See that. The new Row 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 Boat song. Kermit new. How often do you feel slam? Um, the new Row Row Rowy Boat song. Am I allowed to play these? They're not. They still fall under copyright, right? Shucks. But then what happens if Sesame Street is technically not? I wonder. Hold on. Let me see if I can like listen to it without it playing on my stream really quick. Yeah, I'm just worried about the copyright strikes. I'm always worried about it when playing stuff. So like I try to play it on my on if it's a song that I want to reference, I try to play it on my own. So then it just sounds it's more like a cover performance kind of thing and referenced. Like when I did the whole Final Fantasy thing, like It would help if I can play every song and any song out there. uh, bless those people who can play any song that they want to play just out of their mind. Ah. Wouldn't it be nice if it was so easily done though? It's so convenient. Seeing other people just be able to say, "Oh, I know that song," and then they just play it. And it's like, "Oh, I wish I could do that." Um, I mean, a lot of songs I just play on a whim too, by ear. I can't even think of any other song at the moment. I don't remember the key that Aerith's theme is in. I haven't played Aerith's theme in 15 years. It's because so many wish for that ability that we have Suno now. No, nah, not that level of play it on my own. That is still not on my own. It's stupid Suno. Suno's terrible. I hate their quality. And sometimes the songs go in such a bad direction and you're like, wait, why did it go there? Oh god. That's such a stupid illusion that, oh, look at me, I can do music now that I can type it in words. Huh? Like a prompt is not playing it. I don't get it. I don't get what the. It's the journey. The whole journey of it is what makes it great. If all video games are just all AI generated and all films are just AI generated, the journey is just gone. The appreciation of those who created it are just gone. I can't look at an AI and be like, oh, that was such a beautiful creation, so much effort. The person who made the prompt, oh, your prompt was so genius. I can't, it doesn't feel like it doesn't hit the same. I just, now that I'm thinking about it, like, can you really go up to somebody and say, your prompt was fantastic. I like, it was pure genius. Like the way you masterfully told AI to do everything that you couldn't direct other artists to do, and the way you couldn't I remember my father used to play the Pink Panther on his clarinet when I was a kid. I loved it. He could have played it 20 times each times, but I don't remember him ever playing anything else. There's also that, like, oh shoot, like I actually don't remember it. No. Oh wait, yeah, there. That is actually a very complicated song. That's an okay word. A friend of mine took some of our old crappy demos from college and fed them into Suno. It was cool hearing the songs fully produced, but also pretty disheartening because they sounded better than anything I've been able to produce to this point. Oh. Really? I don't know. Like, I'm not a huge fan of what Suno pops out. Okay, don't get me wrong. Okay, when it comes to like a lot of pop tracks and stuff, maybe it sounds just as good. But it lacks that emotional touch. It was very much a pop sound, and that's not something I have any experience in. See, pop music is relies heavily on production. It comes a lot more from the engineering side, in my opinion, than it is from the musician side. So there was a lot to appreciate there, but it sucks that it happens. It only outputs audio, right? No MIDI. Yeah, it's just but see, if you gave me any song and I can pinpoint the first note, I can play it for you. If it's in a normal key, but the Pink Panther song is not in a normal key, so it's. Yeah, the Pink Panther song is actually really. I never even thought about playing Pink Panther. I gotta look that up. That is actually interesting because it plays a lot of seconds. That's. uh, that's actually a really interesting song. Pink Panther. Music. I was right. There's a lot of accidentals in this song. That one is a little bit tougher to just pull out of thin air. That is amazing. Okay. like Tifa's theme, I play it from ear. Like it's F major. G, C sharp, add 4. But the main melody of I can hear the notes and just play it. Can I have a thanks for waving over and dropping in the chat? Ah, that's on YouTube. Yeah, but so it only pops out the audio, no MIDI, which is funny because technically everything it does is synthesized MIDI, but it's using waveforms to create everything actually. I'm not sure if it even uses samples. Now that I think about it, you think Suno as an AI uses instrument samples, or does it use, or like a combination of the two? Huh. But yeah, no, I had somebody who made something in Suno, and I played something better than what they did. It's just when you can add more layers and everything, it sounds epic. But even then, I think people are so against AI that they don't want they don't even want to use AI as a reference anymore, like as a starting point. I can see the whole Expedition 33 argument. Like they used AI as a placeholder even, and people are so angry at them. They're like, no, you should have created it from absolute scratch. It's like it's just a placeholder. We're gonna put a signpost with some newspapers on it. Oh, let's put it right here. They, people got angry with it. Like, oh man. So man, a friend of mine took out. Hold on. Man, it was very much a pop sound. That's not something I have any experience with. It only puts the audio right. Oh wait, how come it's telling me that there's new messages? That I click the button, it's the same messages. We got an ad in like 4 minutes. I, yeah, some people are definitely zero tolerance when it comes to AI. Like absolute zero, though. That's rough. Because what if I just referenced an AI track and said, "Hey, I can do this, but I can make it better." I wonder if that could be a thing. Yeah, then they'd say you are AI inspired. What if I just say, look, man versus AI, and I do a channel like, here's the AI song. I'm gonna make a better version of it. It's the same song, but then at that point, it's still an AI inspired song. It's not mine. But at the same time, it's like showing people, like, look, this is where AI's music is not the thing. I don't know what else to call it. But I don't want an AI inspired song either. Because it's technically not AI inspired either way. Like all music is out there already. I would say it's another artist's inspiration, and somehow I just happen to use the same notes of the AI because that's what was the base point that somebody gave me. If somebody played a song and I used that as a base point, uh, when the reality is almost nothing is new from absolute scratch. We're all inspired by previous work, then we build upon it. Absolutely, and I think okay, that was one of the things that we missed. You missed earlier in my earlier today's stream. I said there's nothing original. If you look at all of artwork, it's everything's a compilation, and I was talking about like the states of matter, for example. It's solid, liquid, and gas, right? And if you take solid and liquid, they have collisions. If you look at it in the perspective of video games, they have collisions. You walk into something solid, it's solid. You hold it, it's there. Liquid, there's collisions, but you can go through it, and it creates like a whole level of floaty collision. And then there's gas, which is technically all the other air where you can go through it or get harmed by it. So there's only three states of matter that actually is interactable. Anything else, I guess you could say light and plasma and whatever else that you want to say is another state of matter. Because what is light, you know? um, isn't really interactable in that way. And then it's the same thing with artwork. You got everything that's flat, rounded, or pointy. Like if something's rough textured, it's just a lot of pointy. If it's smooth textured, it's flat. If it's or polished or round, you know, everything's a combination of that. And if you look at all of architecture, it's all curves, points, and flat surfaces. So what then are you creating that's truly different? It's just using combinations to make it really, really work. And then competing with other factors like physics and everything. When it comes to architecture, you obviously can't just do any shape you want. It has to fit in terms of physics and safety and all such stuff. But you get what I'm talking about. Like everything is you can't really truly say if you break it down to the bare bones of it all, like all of my music, for example, is just in chords or scales. And that's technically 7 notes in different combinations, you know? It's like, what? Uh, So at that point, AI has that whole I'm just gonna slap everything together. But I get it. And it's 7 note combinations, but there are rules to it, like 7 chords and everything, the whole. So no, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. And there's nothing much more to it than there's only 7 chords in the progression until you go add some accidentals and add some borrowing. But even then, the borrowing and everything is still. I don't know how else to explain it other than 7, 7, and 7. There's only 21 different combinations then at that point. Unless you include diminished and augmented, then you add another 7. That's a little bit more math that I don't want to think about that right now. But like if you take a C, then the C sharp chord and a C flat chord, and then you take the major and minor version of it. Then there's 7, 21, 42 augmented chords, which is a little bit more. That gets a little bit more complicated because you can shift an augmented chord. It's in any direction and it's shared. So E, F, C, E, G sharp. Because a C augmented is the same thing as an E augmented is the same thing as a G augmented. G sharp augmented, I should say, because they circle around. So technically, that's one less. They're all the same, so it's not really different. I'm not really sure how many augmented chords there are and how many diminished chords there are in per se. So I'm not gonna go in that direction. But yes, there's only so many that's there in any combination of it, and a lot of them don't sound good together. So you rule those out, and you pretty much have a limited set. So if you take that down, if you take that into consideration, then yeah, nothing is really, really original, especially chord progressions. Especially the most popular chord progressions that are really catchy. You don't. It's just a matter of delivery. I mean, even in video games. Let's take video games for example. I was talking about that as well. There's if you strip down all the artwork, if you strip down everything else, down to the basics. Let's start with 2D. If you take a square and a circle and then a flat platform, you have Mario. But you can reskin it to any other game. Then you start putting like triangles and circles and diamonds as different effects of how your character will die and different physical movements. One moves left and right, one's up and down. The music is speech and instruments are language. Think of how many languages you are using to say your song. There's that too. Yes, it can be transposed and prepared for other instruments as well, and the amount of remixes you can make of like what you sent to me, row your boat. Like you heard my version of it, and it was just a dance kid version that you could be used on a dance game for a kid. Wait, where is that window? There it is. So that was this. I'm gonna skip forward to it because it actually gives row your boat. My Bonnie lies over the ocean and Baby Shark all kind of crammed into one song. I'm gonna skip forward. skip forward on it. But it goes to My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean in a like kind of that whole Mario that's 64 boat stage, the dry docks theme. I mean, this was supposed to be an aquatic kids level. The game never actually happened. If you see the image on the bottom right here, well, now my pig's in the way. Let's move that pig. So it was for a game called Super Kiddos, which never actually happened. But yeah, like it was supposed to be familiar songs played for kids that were, you know, already in what do you call it, public domain. But I'm gonna have my own versions of it. So yeah, it was not a lot of layers. Everything is just as simple as it is for you here right now. And then this is something I'm not too proud of because I think AI can pull this off, but I don't know if I care enough to actually see if AI can pull this off now at this point. But yeah, it's like everyone's take of it. What happened to the unfinished game? Did the dev release the source or just bury it? Oh, that sucked. Okay, so it was a commissioned game. Some company wanted to start doing like kids games, and then they were also doing like a coffee brand, but they were also doing this they wanted to get into like this kid space of books and stuff, and they wanted to put their game out there and kind of promote their company. And then the company itself that funded the game, fully funded, game was almost ready for release, and said, we don't want to release it anymore. But they owned all the rights to it. So they just never released it. Then they said, but, you know, since the music was just licensed, I get to still use it. I get to license it out again and everything. It's, there was this term where they don't release the game or anything. I get to just license it to other people. But they just never released it. And the devs are just like, oh, what the hell? They even got the approvals at the Play Store. The App Store and the Play Store. And they just needed them to hit the qualifications, and the guys were like, nah, we don't want to deal with it anymore. We switched strategies. And we're just like, what? Yeah, I keep all my music rights except for when they pay me an arm and a leg for it. If they pay the arm and a leg, then they can buy the rights off of me. My deal is you can buy my music for, at the time it was only $100 a song, because I just graduated and I was entering the market. Then I went, my music is now, it's up here. But it's $180 plus per song, and it depends on which version you get. So if you just get something like this, this is my starting point, is about 180. The reason I put it at 180 is because I have music packs out there. And my plan is to have my existing music packs. You can buy it for $30 or something like that for a pack, and you get all the stems. You'll get a piano version, you get all this stuff, just like you on the itch store that was linked to me earlier. Or the ones that were mentioned earlier. I would make music like this for about, hold on. So basically you buy the pack, and since the packs are kind of not exclusive to that one game, if you want to make it exclusive, you can take the $30 from that pack, replace all the songs that were using that song, and I would make another version of it, make an exclusive song for $150 for you, by discounting the $30 from the pack. So that's my deal. And this is my starting rate. Something more complex like this. So that song just looped around in circles over and over again. And that's a shorter loop. Here, the more advanced version is a more polished song, which I charge maybe 230 to 250 for. So this one intros a little bit differently. It doesn't just jump right in, and there's more instruments and stuff going on. And then I have a lot of the music that, like the Row 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 Your Boat song that's going in my library that I'm gonna put up for $30. Anything that never found a home is just going up into my library of music where people can license it out. And I based it on, this is what I produced in 2 to 3 days, and this was what took me longer than 3 days to make. Absolutely. So if you put a time limit and you buy like the shorter song, then you want it a little bit longer to be a little bit more polished, and because shorter loops get kind of annoying to listen to over time. They're still catchy, but don't get me wrong, they're still catchy. But if you heard this section here and everything while you're walking around the map and everything, it feels much better. It feels much better than like the shorter loop, you know, because you won't hear the same loop. You get bored of the same shorter loop than compared to the longer song. I don't know why he put the extended version on this. My web dev also has this song. This song loops again. This plays twice. At 4 minutes it stops. Like, it's supposed to stop at 4 minutes, but he made it run to 8 minutes. And then it loops right about here. Yeah, right there. So the song loops and everything. And then I also do the audio programming with Wwise. I can do all the sound effects and everything. I implement everything on Wwise and stuff, and I do some sound effects as well. I haven't learned Fmod. I should. I just haven't touched it yet. I get so caught up with all the music that I have to compose that I haven't had to touch Fmod yet. And the project I ended up needing Wwise. So, okay, why not then, right? So, I mean, they're compatible with everything practically. Okay, I'm gonna be here just lurking to get through some stuff. No, absolutely. Do your thing. I appreciate the lyrics. I definitely appreciate the lyrics and everything. I need the company, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with this. Um, let's come up with maybe 2 or 3 more of these before 1:30, and I'll sit down and say which one really fits better. Not have we heard other songs, so it's like let's try. Adam, welcome to the stream. From the YouTube side, for those of who are on the Twitch side wondering who I'm talking to. Glad you could catch the stream. It's I having writer's block, so right now we're just coming up with random other progressions and ideas. Um, I don't know. I don't have that yet. I gave up trying to get everything because I have work at the same time. Um, for anyone wondering what we're talking about, I play this Roblox game, Dandy's World, and I'm trying to get the Bobette. I haven't been able to really do it. At this point, I think I'm just gonna save up the ornaments and just buy all the skins that I can. At this point, I don't know. I just haven't been able to. That's the problem, though, and I think the hardest one was to find the coal. I haven't been running into coal at all. And I keep running into Bobette, but when I'm not Bobette, and I was just like, oh, come on. So what are you doing to actually run into her? Are you trying to get the level 20 and then and so you get the guaranteed, or are you just repeating like going to stage 5 and hoping it shows up? Adam was saying, "Lol, I just need to see her 3 more times." So there's an achievement. I'm just gonna pull up Roblox really quick. I'm gonna go into Dandy's. That over here. Hi, Dandy's World. My username in here is also Glenn Music. Go figure. um. Yeah. So and there's these quests right now for the holidays. Pull this up. It's got all the logins. But the quests basically, and I don't have any of that, is you have to run into them. I haven't been running into the floor with Rudy. I should just finish this. But yeah, floor 20s should be easy enough. I didn't have the time to actually get these, but I've been buying all the skins. Because using Gordy gets you through machines solo so fast. So I've been like just farming up the skins. Like if you see, like I've just been buying random skins. I just don't have the time for it lately, because my daughter actually had surgery, so I ended up not being able to spend a lot of time playing. Beauty skin is easy, absolutely. I just need to run into go to that floor a couple more times. I think I just need to go to the 5th floor and see if it happens. If not, I just restart and go again. You know? When you go with a team, sometimes they just everyone leaves and it's just restarting is a pain. I just want to do it myself at that point. It's floors. Yeah, I should say floors. I get so mixed up. You know how there's different games out there and they say levels, floors, all that stuff. There's so much to do. And then I don't know if you play 99 Nights, but I was also collecting all the 99 Nights skins and everything before they ended. And that was a nightmare. I mean, I finally got all of those as well. Hold on, I can show you that one as well. I got all the achievements in that game. I didn't finish the new fairy one and the daily quest. I didn't bother finishing that yet. And then I got all the skins for the holiday. Yep, there's me with a pig on my head. Matching up my avatar down here. But I'm the actual pig in my... But I got it after everyone on my team died on floor 17 and I did solo the floor 21. That makes sense. And I hate playing with other people though, because I feel like I don't know why it's I keep having people who somehow make it longer. I feel like it's longer with some player. Like sometimes it's faster and everyone's rushing through and they're all good. But then there are people who I had this one game where the coal was was distracting. But he kept running past the one remaining machine. And every time he turned the corner, it would always run and all the twisteds would come at whoever was running the machine. It was just nobody could finish the machine because they were just busy running away from it, and the coal would try to pick it up again, and it was just ugh. Some distractors don't know how to run them away. Instead, they always run around the same circles, and it's so bad. Fortuna, welcome to the chat. On the Twitch side. Fortuna, I'm having a writer's block, so I'm just I like this same scene that I've been working on. I just don't like where the song is going, so I'm thinking maybe it just needs to be a different song, or maybe after I try other songs, I end up liking this song again. So I'm not even sure. Oh wait, hold on. That's not the Hungry Paimon. That's Allrach Paimon. Somebody made a Paimon. That's awesome. That is awesome. It took me a moment. It clicked on me that you were dropping a Paimon. A nice French streamer added this to his emotes. That is awesome. Now I have a Pieman again. And I mean, if for any other reason, you can always use this guy. Pretty handsome. I actually don't know where my emote would fit anywhere. What kind of game are you composing for? Says Adam. It's a visual novel. Well, this one's for a visual novel. I compose for all different games right now. I have two visual novels, one action platformer, and one. I don't even know what you call it. It's a beat based action platformer, I would say. RPG ish. One of those hybrid. It's hard to classify games anymore because sometimes they're like a huge fusion of different games together. So the picture that you see up on the top right up here is from the game, and this is the character's best friend. So I'm just kind of winging it, trying to figure out what I want to add to it. I'm not really sure where I even want to go with that yet, so I just kind of. Woo! 10 stream streak. Nice. Oh wow. I'm surprised that they're actually pulling on doing the whole watch streak. Do I do solos to go to floor 20 because publics are not good? Um Honestly, as Bob bet, I would to go to floor 20, I would stay public. But if you're going to private, if you're just trying to get the stages, then I would go solo. To get to floor 20, I wouldn't mind going public. If you if you see that your team isn't that good by the fourth floor, just leave the group and kind of come back. So say, oh, pretend to die, or just say, hey, I gotta go, and just leave and go into a new group. Don't don't stick to it. You need to, if you, especially if you're trying to get it faster. Yeah, that's all I'm doing too. I'm using a V and the magnifier, the magnifying glass. Pew pew pew. The global. Um. I just tried something stupid. Didn't really work out. Because the Tifa's theme was. So I just tried to play it inverted. It doesn't work. Yeah, no, but if you get a good public team, it'll help you get to 20 faster. Even if they're not that great, you kind of just let everybody do all the work up to like 10, 11, 12. If there's something you can help with it, but just collect things, stay alive, let them do all the dangerous stuff, and then at that point, that's when you start taking it seriously and helping everyone else. If they're taking too long, that you want to see the other players working. If they're not working, then obviously that's not a team you want to stick with. Especially if you're doing all the work to go faster. Obviously you want to help, but for the first 5 stages, I'd let everybody else do everything to see if they're an okay team to get far enough to like 15 to 15 and up. Because at that point, having more players makes 20 a lot easier. If they're good enough to get to 15, they're okay enough to handle 20. It feels lazy. Yes. But I'm just saying for the first 4 or 5 floors. After the first 4 or 5 floors, you'll know whether or not it's a good enough team to kind of really try to make more of an effort to speed it up. Because you have 8 people fighting for 4 machines, and one of them's a distractor. There's no real point to rushing out there, especially when there's only 4 machines on the floor. But you want to know whether or not your team is good. If people start dropping out and dying straight from the start, then yeah, you can play if 1 or 2 of your players are pretty good, but then again, it's not a good enough team to quickly get to 20. And if your goal is to get to 20 faster, that's really what you have to do. The first 5 floors lets you know if people really are bad. Because there's always a lot of bad players, so it's like, when you see the scene, I just don't know what my feeling is about this. Because I mean, what time is it already? It's already 1:33. Jeez, time is flying. Like when I hear this, which is what I already made. It just doesn't fit. Even just the piano version of it doesn't fit. Yeah, it was a Shrimpo. I wouldn't even play with a Shrimpo. That's exactly the point. Like that way you just decide to everyone else leaves. Sometimes you just leave and all the other players will respect the fact that you just left because there was a Shrimpo who died right away. It's like, nope, I'm just gonna restart. Don't waste your time. Otherwise, if they do complain, they're just kids. They don't have any. Why would you stick to a team that's not effective? Just leaving is fine during those times. You want to be able to get to that floor 20 without having to worry about anything. And if it's a Shrimpo, it's either trolling or they're trying to do achievements. Everyone else seems good. Then you can hang out. Again, like first 5 floors gives you an idea, but you're now down 1 player, unfortunately. Hmm. Two people have restarted. My hopes are crushed. Or three people. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why does the key of F always sound so? I'm not sure. Hmm. Hmm. Trying to think of what the words would be for best friend. Hmm. I feel like the runs where you have a distractor and this distractor is okay, but then they eventually die, and then it turns out everybody else is just actually really bad, but the distractor made it easy. That's the problem. It's great when you have a distractor and a healer, and everything else just even if you have bad players, it's still, especially if it's a good distractor and a good healer, you're okay until you run into Goob or or what's her name, or what am I thinking? Goob or Graps, and then that's when you get pushed to the test. I had a round where it was Bobette, um, We ran into Bobette, Astro, and V, and it was only floor like 8. Yeah, Goop and Scraps are such a pain to deal with. Even if you have a good distractor, it also depends on the map because everyone else easily gets like grabbed. But yeah, what I'm talking about is what do you call it? I had this one time where stage 7 or 8, I already had we ran into Bobette. I think it was also Pebble. Bobette, Pebble, Astro, and V. And if it wasn't for Astro slowing everybody down, I think I could have distracted. I was distracted that round. But it was like, who makes distracting less boring? Absolutely. But like when you have a lot of players, it makes it more difficult. Because, there's just a lot of people who tend to pull or make Goob. Like, you lose Goob a lot more often. And if your goal is just to get stuff, if you're really just trying to have fun and play the game, Goob is, I would say, Goob and Scraps makes the game fun. In fact, if you're not trying to get just unlock everything and just trying for the highest floor and just for the fun of it, and you're just really trying to have a fun game, all the characters are great. But if you're not trying to achieve anything, that's the other problem. I feel like overall, Dandy's World is just a really fun game. It can be. It's funny because you're praying like, oh, I don't want Goob. Oh, I don't want Scraps, and oh, I don't want Pebble right now. Especially when you're trying to get more Bobette encounters. You know what I mean? So you're praying for those characters to not show up, but they're actually really fun and a huge part of the game. And it sucks that you actually have to say like, oh, I don't want it to be there, because in actuality, they make the game a lot more exciting. All right, everyone. It is 1:40. I do need to hop off. It is time for lunch, and I need to grab like some food for everybody at this point. And the kids are gonna be starving. So thank you everyone for dropping on the stream. I don't know what to do with this song yet. Again, writer's block is writer's block. Is what it is. I just don't like where the song is going. I'm looking for something that fits this character, and nothing right now is inspiring me in that way. And I got to dig down deep into like my history and everything. We also have an ad break coming on, so I'm just gonna knock that ad break out and then go to my closing. Do that really quick. But Adam, thank you for dropping in. Axio, Willard, Fortuna, Akash, everybody who dropped in today. I absolutely am grateful for the company. It allowed me to kind of unload and kind of think a little bit more than just staring at the screen and wondering what the heck am I supposed to be doing. It's good to talk. It helps me a lot. I appreciate it. And Canoevas as well. Thank you for dropping in. I'm gonna let the. How do I launch the ad break? I can do my closing without disruption. Where is it? An ad there. Everyone on the YouTube side, this is a Twitch ad, so I'm just running an ad on their side really quick. It's a 3-minute ad, and then I'm gonna close the stream from there. It was nice talking about all of these different things and how different approaches. It gave me something to think about. It's like quite often when you're just sitting there with your own thoughts trying to compose music, it's very difficult to take different approaches, and it's kind of nice to have different approaches that come up. Any references? As for, can't think of anything else. I keep referring back to Seventh Heaven, the Tifa's theme song, Seventh Heaven song for Final Fantasy VII feels like a safe place, but I'm not trying to do that song. Ad ends in about 2 minutes. I will do my closing after that. And for those of you on Twitch, I will see if I can raid somebody. See who's on. Oh. Casey's up. You know what? I'm probably not gonna do a raid today. But we'll just do my usual end stream, enjoy a nice song at the end. This is a song from one of my projects, Crossbeat. It's just the Keep theme, so it doesn't have any variations. But Crossbeat is a really cool game, where I have to make remixes of the same melody or the same theme, for different for different weapons. So like the sword and shield is an epic theme, whereas like the ray gun or the gun, has like the laser gun, I should say, has more of a EDM feel. And so basically the weapon your character carries changes the music of the game. And then there's a generic theme or a non-combat theme that plays throughout. So it's it's an ambitious game. I don't even know if I can do this by myself. So I might see what I can do with that one. Especially when there's so many genres, and maybe I can bring in other people for remixes of the same genre. All right, so we're back with off the ad break, and I'm just gonna go and end my stream today. It's like basically, I don't think I'm gonna be rating anyone because I don't have anyone on my list right now. For the time being. And I'm not gonna think about it right now. So, thanks everyone again, and I hope I'll be back on Wednesday. Hopefully, I'll be out of my writer's block by then. Right? Good one.